BOSS until the fucking die BOSS からまだまだまだやりたい BOSS until the fucking die BOSS からまだまだまだやりたい俺はボスです BOSS Look at my necklace かなりシャイ俺ま先生 Teaching me fight 諦めないでこれはゲーム Yeah Wow すげえそれどうやってんのって聞かれても俺にはわからないよ I'm gonna hit you like 神風君が誰でも I feel nothing I feel nothing
Why can't I be like that with a silver face? I just wanna live my life at my own fucking pace. I'm tired of being from the human race. Got the judge, but beat the fucking case. Why can't I be like that with a silver face? Stop it down, put it in their place. And my skin so brown, you might think it's chocolate cake, but life is sweet, man. I'm just getting to the cake. I'm the underdog, ignore my face. Never gave a fuck in the first place. I'm just getting fucked like a silver face. I'm just digging in that motherfucking record crate. That pussy sweet on the first date. I ain't had shit on the dinner plate. The boss man shit it on my fucking chest plate. Thinking way too hard, I think I over contemplate.
On your mark, get set, go 하심을 수수매. On your mark, get set, go and no way. On your mark, get set, go 하심을 수수매. On your mark, get set, go and no way. On your mark, get set, go 하심을 수수매. On your mark, get set, go and no way. On your mark, get set, go 하심을 수수매. On your mark, get set, go and no way.
世界の終わりは今危ない世界の中 Take your finger off the trigger I'm not really a killer I just came to figure how to make my life better Run away 俺は逃げるここから I wanna make it better
マラソン with the my bro マラソン with the my bro BOSS 過ぎ過ぎ過ぎ最高安全運転代行酔うわけそれないよ I don't gonna lie よここで俺マゾン Wow すげえそれどうやってんのって聞かれても俺にはわからないよ I gonna hit you like 神風君が誰でも I feel nothing I feel nothing 右手に勇気左手に愛それいらない欲しいのは自由俺ら走れるとこなら走る君もこれがリアルだと気づくもうそろそろゴールかもよ体力消耗気を消す消防マラソンソロプレイなら5丁疲れた体にコンビニ誘 ット間違いこのロード Don't have 言葉赤のバンダナ打ち抜く君ハートとにかく君は Don't cry don't cry 遊びじゃ論外 This is real war game
わかったgot it 了解したbitch I be on it わからないこと I don't really trip about it 犯罪者のこと I don't fuck with that What it do what it do what it do What the fuck you want Who am I who am I who am I You know where I'm from But I don't know where the fuck I be from I cannot believe what the fuck I have become Pull up pull up pull up pull up I be running wild 何 I'm the devil's child ありがとう bitch beat that pussy up I'm on a roll bitch Neo Tokyo 未来の存在 we be wildin' now 未来の存在 we be wildin' now Pull up pull up pull up pull up I be running wild 何 I'm the devil's child
On your mark, get set, go 走り進め On your mark, get set, go 上の上 On your mark, get set, go 走り進め On your mark, get set, go 上の上 On your mark, get set, go 走り進め On your mark, get set, go 上の上 On your mark, get set, go 走り進め On your mark, get set, go 上の上
世界の終わりは今危ない世界の中 Take your finger off the trigger I'm not really a killer I just came to figure out to make my life better Run away all that one together ここから wanna make it better
Chat room, hello. My cat, literally the second I unmuted my microphone to start talking, my cat just dropped the most generational smelliest fucking turd in the litter box. So thank you for that. Thank you for making. Can you stop, bro? Just stop, man. Yeah, you. What's up? What's up, chat room? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Sorry, I don't know. Okay, fine. Hang on. Oh, I really don't want to play this game the whole time, Maya. So please just go. Thank you. Oh God. Welcome to the stream, chat room. When was the last time that I streamed? It wasn't that long ago. Hold on, I'm pulling up the channel. Where am I? Yeah, I streamed a week ago. I streamed literally a week ago. Playing freaking WarioWare Retro Achievements. Sorry, I don't know. My brain just exploded. 2025, huh? 2025. It's ending. We're almost done. We are a couple of days away. We are 24 hours and then some from the end of 2025 and the start of 2026. And I kind of wanted to use this time to talk about, you know, the year and so on. Talk about what we did, talk about what we didn't do, and then talk about what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do. Cabin Quilt, thank you for resubscribing for 44 months. My goodness. And also Perp. I saw Perp before. Perp, thank you for the resub for 60 months. My goodness. I feel like Okie Dokie Dev subscribers, I feel like come in two flavors. It is either like their first, like this is either like this stream is either like their first time subscribing ever, and it's like they've been subscribed for like 1 month, or I will get notifications like this user has been subscribed since the dawn of time when dinosaurs walked the earth. There is like, it feels like there is no in between. And that's just so funny to me. And also obviously beyond appreciative every time. So yeah, I dead ass, I have my local VODs up, like on, like open right now. And I'm just going to, like, I was just gonna thumb through these really quick. Because I just wanted to see, like, how many of these were streams. Because this is just where all of my OBS recordings go. So I have no idea which ones are here. I'm gonna mute desktop audio for a second. Just in case I say a slur for some reason. That's not a stream. That's a stream. Oh yeah. As you are wont to do. I forgot that my first stream of the year, my first fucking stream of this year was me just playing a bunch of shit because I got my new computer. I was like, dude, I'm so excited. Look at my new computer. I'm gonna play fucking Fortnite and Kid Icarus Uprising and the PC port of Raincode. I forgot that that's where this all started. Yeah, and then I was just playing, that's right, and then I was just playing Raincode. And then there was the American Heart Association. Here, hang on. How do I... Hold on a minute. Switch over here real quick. We're not starting the game just yet. Here. Let me do... Let me do display capture. Select display to capture that one. Here. We'll take this trip down memory lane together. So what was it that I was just looking at? Right. This was the American Heart Association streams. Yup. Mario Party. Mario Party crowd control. Oh, this is so small. Here, let me bump that up. There we go. Fucking Mario Party crowd control. Dude, that was so much fun. That was such a good fucking stream. Who's that? Who the fuck is that in the corner? Who the fuck is that? That was, dude, this stream was so good. I loved this. This was legitimately one of my favorite streams. This is one of my favorite streams this year. Oh right, yes, and then my sponsored stream for Monster Hunter. More Raincode. This I think is just a okay, that's just a recording that I did while I was playing E7 on my own. What is this? Oh yeah, Split Fiction. I played through Split Fiction with Jackson. This game was good. This game was really good. I don't know if I liked it more. I have to think about whether or not I think I liked that game more than It Takes Two. It played Nubby for some reason. Well, I know the reason. The reason is that Nubby came out. Raincode. Spoilers, by the way, if you haven't watched the Raincode VODs, I guess. What's this one? Oh yeah, I played Blueprints. I forgot I played Blueprints on stream. I totally forgot I did that. What a good game. What a good game. I wish I played more of it. Such a fascinating little game. More Raincode. More Raincode. Oh yeah, I was just fucking playing Raincode after Raincode. I forgot. I was just like, man, we're just so close. Let me just fucking keep playing. Oh no, this was 100 line. This was 100 line. Because this was the demo. This is a demo. 100 line, also a game that I super need to get back to. 100 line is so fucking good. It's so fucking good, but like what happened what happened with 100 line was that I finished the first route and I was like, damn, that was really good. I need to play more. And then I started the second route or I like started going down one of the other paths. And then what happened was I started getting into like more of the fights, and then like something in my brain was just like, because it was just like, the problem with that game is that combat really just, after that first run, that combat is just the fucking same. It is just the fucking same. But I know that they updated the game so that like you can skip a lot of it after a certain point. So like I think I'll do that. I really should do that because I really need to go back and play through more of that game because that game is fucking crazy. Okay, so this was when I finished the story. This is when I finished the story for Rain Code. So we're in May now. Oh yeah, fucking long live the queen. This was dude, this was also a really good stream. This game is insane. That was like I was genuinely like surprised by how much I enjoyed that game. I was legitimately surprised how much I enjoyed that game because Char was like, you need, like, please play this game, and I was like, okay. Yes, I know there's a sequel. I know there's the it was like what, Galaxy Princess Zorana or something. Yes, no, I would like to see that at some point. And then this is the playing through all of the, who the fuck is this? Shut up. Playing through all of the Raincoat DLC in one stream. Dude, I can't believe, oh yeah, and this was Next Fest. This was Next Fest. To a T, dude. To a T. I really wish I played this game. I wish I played that game. Dude, we fucking banged out. We fucking banged out Raincoat in like the first half of the year. I totally forgot about that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that oh yeah, I was like, I'm gonna play more Next Fest games, and then like something happened like in the like 30 minutes in where I was just like, okay, I can't play any more Next Fest games. I totally forgot about that. Oops. Dude, Switch 2 day. Switch 2 day. Fuck yes. Mario Kart. Wee. What fun. The early days, the honeymoon period of the Switch 2 coming out and Mario Kart World coming out was so magical. Deltarune. That was in June? I played fucking Chapter 3 in June? I started Chapter 4 in June? Oh my god, I forgot! Oh yeah, and then I was gonna play more. I was gonna play more, and then my stream just like ate shit. And so then I was just like, all right, well, I'm not gonna do this now. And then I like didn't touch it for months. Oh fuck, that was Twitch's fault. You can blame Twitch for that. Metroid. I played Metroid. I always kick myself for not going back to this because I really want to play through Metroid 1. I really want to play through Metroid 1 and like finish it. But I know at this point I have like I literally did the same shit that I did with Zelda 1, where I started that and I was like, I really want to finish that, and then I fucking haven't. Off. Oh my god, I forgot about Off. Really just fucking awesome. Hollow Knight. Oh, what's up? What's up? What's up, the Knight? Dude, Hollow Knight is so good. I'm glad that I finally played that game this year. Oh yeah, because Silk Song was coming out. Yeah, because I've literally the day after. Oh no, this was Monster Rancher. Dude, I went back to Monster Rancher. And I was fucking cleaning up house. My man Corn Cob. My man Corn Cob, the goat. We have to return to, we have to beat Monster Rancher. We have to beat Monster Rancher in 2026. It has to happen. It has to happen. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, then I played Silk Song. Silk Song is also so fucking good. I need to finish that game because that game is so fucking good. It's so hard. It's so much harder. I'm having so I remember fucking like, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or anything. Like, I definitely died my fair share of times while playing through Hollow Knight 1, but like overall, I feel like I had like a fairly frictionless and like easier time with Hollow Knight 1. It was really more just like stuff kind of towards the end. And also like the one fucking level in Hollow Knight 1 where they randomly decided they were just gonna make like a Kaizo Mario level, where like that's kind of where I kept dying the most. But otherwise, I found that game pretty like level. Silk Song beats my fucking ass. Silk Song beats the fuck out of me. That game is for sure a sequel. That is for sure a sequel to Hollow Knight. And I'm glad that it is. I'm glad that it's like that. Came back to Deltarune. Finished chapter 4 in September. What did I do? Oh yeah, Sonic, because I played with Shard, Devon, and Jackson. How fun. This game is also so good. I'm glad that there were three racing games that came out this year, and all of them were like pretty good. They like got better with each one. Like Mario Kart came out, and like I still think that game is pretty good. It has a lot of stuff about it that I don't like, but I think overall it's still a totally solid game. But then Sonic Racing came out, and that game was just like a very solid kart racer, which I feel like a lot of people wanted and needed after they were like a little disappointed by how different Mario Kart was. And then Kirby Air Riders came out, and it's like one of the best games this year. Kirby Air Riders came out, and it's just perfect. It's just perfect. What's the Silk Song opinion? I just got here. I was just talking about how like I did not really struggle throughout Hollow Knight 1, and like I feel like I had a relatively easy time with that game, and then Silk Song has been, because it's a sequel, has been beating my fucking ass at every opportunity. It's a very satisfying like evolution of difficulty. Like I remember I brought it up when I was on fucking Gibson's stream at like 4 in the morning for some fucking reason last night, where like light Hollow Knight 1 spoilers, but like the final boss of Hollow Knight 1, every single attack that boss does deals 2 damage to you. And I remember at the time thinking like how like, oh, that's so like, oh, how novel, like, ow, like that really hurts, the fact that this boss does all of its attacks deal 2 damage to you. And then you get to Silksong and like basically every single generic enemy in that game hits you for 2 damage. Like every single fucking enemy has at least one attack that hits you for 2 damage. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, I started playing TTT. I'm so glad I did this. I kept seeing my friends play Bonetown, playing on Bonetown, and I always wanted to join. But it was one of those things where I am a fucking vampire, in the sense that like I feel like I need to be invited. I always feel like I need to be invited to everything. And so I kind of just sit there and wait, and then like it usually just doesn't happen. And then I decided like enough is enough, and so I just messaged Q. I was like, hey, can I play on can I join on Bonetown? And Q frame 1 was like, oh, abso-fucking-lutely you can. Like, are you kidding? So yeah. This was the year that I remembered that you usually have to like ask for things for them to happen. Which sucks. But that's life. I heard MagFest invited you. Yeah, I'm gonna be hosting a panel. Yeah. Oh, October. Here we go. October. That's right. Super Auto Pets. We played fucking Nightcry. More Clocktober with Robbie and Jackson. I never did I did. No, I did upload the Nightcry VODs. I did. This is dude, awesome frame that I fucking paused on. We played fucking Nightcry for Clocktober. Dude, this game sucks. This game is fucking ass. I had such a fun time playing this game, but it is fucking ass, dude. It is so bad. It is so bad. Let's see. And then I can tell from the fucking thumbnail that this was, oh no, this was just me testing out the timer effect. I did my sponsored stream for Final Fantasy Tactics. This is also a really good game that I wish I played more of. So many fucking good games came out this year. Oh yeah, this was me fucking testing recording Silent Hill F, because this game was like tearing apart my computer with my old graphics card. Silent Hill F, also a game that I like badly need to go back to because it's so fucking good. Or Nightcry. More Silent Hill. This boss was annoying. This boss was fucking obnoxious. Fucking Anthology of the Killer. Dude, every day I don't stream this game, I'm fucking kicking myself. Every single day I don't stream fucking Anthology of the Killer, I am asking myself, why the fuck am I not playing Anthology of the Killer? It's so good. It's so good. I loved playing that game to bits, dude. More Silent Hill. Oh yeah, this is just testing everything. Testing. Attention, please. This was the sponsored stream for Dragon Quest. It was really a really funny move on my part to like get a key for these remakes. And then literally the same day that I did this stream, I just started playing Dragon Warrior 4 on the NES. Just on my own time. I was just like, yawn, I'm gonna play some retro shit instead. I'll catch you later. But I don't regret it because Dragon Quest 4 is fucking awesome. It's a fucking awesome game. Stray Children, dude. I have to go back. I was fucking blown away by Stray Children. Sonic Rumble. I sure did stream this game. I sure did stream Sonic Rumble. Oh yeah, this was the Nightcry finale. I do wanna I do not like on stream, but I do think I want to boot Nightcry up again at some point just because I want to get all of the achievements for that game just so that I can uninstall it and then never think about that video game ever again for the rest of my life. It is still sitting on my computer. November. Yep, this was the first. Dude, fucking Umineko. Dude, Umineko fucking Inception. This was the first Umineko stream in November. Kingdoms of the Dump. This is also a cute little game that I want to play more of. I am just, unfortunately, I'm just always the problem with me is that I am always playing a fucking RPG. And so I'm always fucking juggling at least 1 or 2 RPGs, and I can't do more than that. For my sanity, I can't do more than that. Why did I record this for 1 second? Oh no, that's right, because I fucking like started stream, I think, and then I don't remember. This is more Bone Town. All right, now we're in December. God, this stream was so, dude. I'm so glad that I streamed this. I'm almost certain that this. I'm almost certain that this stream and recording this stream killed my graphics card, but this was such a fun stream. I loved this. The match for the fate of Ultra Despair Girls? No, that was not this. This was my second time playing God Game. The first time I did not stream. The first time I was on Sox's stream. And that was the one where I received the Ultra Despair Girls VOD from Robbie because I won that game. This was hardcore God Game. This was hardcore God Game where the idea was that we were all going to stream our POVs, and then as soon as we get eliminated, we leave the call, we stop playing, we stop stream. And because Sox's idea was that like, well, we're just gonna start, like, we're gonna drop like flies. we're gonna drop like flies, so you know it'll be quick. Worth noting that this where I am right now in this video is 7.5 hours into the stream. All 4 of us are still here. All 4 of us are still here. Socks does not leave. Socks does not leave until almost 10 hours in. Almost, we are 9 hours and 45 minutes in, and that's when fucking like Socks leaves. Oh my god, it was so fucking fun. And this was Mario 64 crowd control. This was also such a fucking fun stream. And it also got me this graphics card, so thank you. Bits and Bops, also a banger. Detective Instinct, really good video game. Chat room, if you have not played it yet, please play Detective Instinct, Farewell My Beloved. Please. That game is so good. That game is so good. You can finish it in like a weekend. I promise. It's so good. And then WarioWare retro achievements. Which I need to go back to because I need to get the other achievements. And now here we are. And here's the video that's in progress because it's being recorded as we speak. Yeah, so like you know, I guess I really went, when I think back on this year, I feel like I had a worse opinion of like my output. Because I think back and I'm like, I really don't feel like I streamed this year. I really didn't feel like I streamed this year, but like, I don't know. I like streamed I streamed at least like once every month. So like, I don't know. I guess I did okay. Let me remember, hang on. Let me go back to last year. I feel like was the one where yeah, okay, no. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck me, man. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. 2025 was fine. Never mind. 2025 was just fine. Fuck. That's hilarious. That's so fucking funny. All right. Yeah, no, I guess I had a pretty good 2025 as far as stream goes. I don't know. I guess it's just where I was like mentally that makes me think that. I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you like follow me on social media and if you watch my streams like with any degree of regularity, I feel like at this point you probably have a pretty good idea that like I don't have a very high opinion of like I very much have a self-image issue. I very much have a low opinion of myself and what I do. So it was very easy for me to like I forgot about a lot of what I did this year, and I was like, well, I guess I just didn't stream this year. But no, I had like, you know, I had a pretty I had a pretty okay year, I would say. Um, but I do, but I do think that 2026 has a potential to be better. I think there is a lot of stuff that I would like to do next year, and I'm sure that I said the exact same thing about 2025. Um, I think part of why I might feel that way is I think about the things that I haven't done that I have yet to do basically every day of my life. Um I think about the streams that I have started and have said I'm going to come back to this and then have not. I think about I think about those every day. Every Literally every day of my life, I am thinking about the fact that parked I am parked right outside of basically right outside of the end of Signalis, and I have not come back to it. I think about the fact that I never went back to Tunic. Until I started streaming Umineko, I have spent every day thinking about the fact that I have not streamed Umineko yet. Like Monster Rancher, like everything. It is always I am constantly reminding myself of things that I have not done. And I think that is kind of the metric by which I like judge myself, of like, yeah, you did, like, yeah, that's great, you played all the, you played Silent, like, you finished Raincode, like, yeah, that's great, yeah, you played Silent Hill, like, you played Nightcry, that's great, but you didn't play Signalis, but you didn't, like, um but you didn't go back to off. Oh, but you didn't do like the secret bosses in Deltarune chapters 3 and 4. um you didn't fucking finish Zelda 1. But listen, I we'll get there. We'll get there. We are the daughters we are the daughters of the Okie Dokie dev streams that didn't get finished. What was the game that Robbie ordered you to play the following day after a stream once? That was hilarious. Um, Fuck, what was that? That's a good question. I'm trying to remember. That was either, was that Final Fantasy V? Yes, no, you're right. That was Final Fantasy V. Yes, because yeah, that was the shitty. Was that also this year? Hold on. Hold on a tick. Let me go over to the YouTube studio. Was Wonder Boy this year? Hold on. Hold on a tick. Oh my god. That was this year. I totally forgot that was this year. Oh my god. Where was... When was Papa's Pizzeria? No, Papa's Pizzeria was last year. That was definitely last year. Okay, yeah, no. That was last year. Okay. Um um yeah, man, I don't know. I There is still definitely a lot of stuff that I want to do. The same is true of basically every year. There is always a lot of stuff that I get in my head of like, I want to do this, and then something, life happens. Life happens and throws a wrench in things, and then you don't do those things. And I I feel like that kind of happened this year too, where I mean, I guess evidently it didn't impact things much because I still had a pretty regular output, all things considered. But I feel like somehow, even though I streamed a lot more than I did in 2024, I still feel like this year was just worse for me for as far as like my mental health. But I mean, I'm you're gonna hear that from everybody, I think, from most people at least. Not to downplay myself, but I think we can all agree that this was kind of a bad year. I think we can all agree that for reasons general or particular to your life, I think we can all agree that this year kind of fucking sucked dick. Um and I would very much like it if 2026 wasn't that. I would very much like if 2026 was better. Um and I think it could be. I think it has the potential to be a better year. Um I think I think one of the things that has the potential to make next year better for me is Magfest. I think the fact that in January, I think the fact that I'm going to be able to get on a plane and go hang out with some of my greatest friends of all time for a couple of days, I think I like need that badly. Like people that I have been hanging out with almost every day. People that like not to go into too much detail. Um but I think one of the problems that I ran into this year is that I feel like I really regressed in a lot of ways, like mentally. Um so I really spent a lot of time just kind of isolated and in my own head, which is never good. It is never a good thing. And fortunately, I feel like I came around kind of towards the end of the year trying to undo that, because I realized that it's like, hey, this is like this is miserable. Like like I feel like I've gotten pretty good at least recognizing when I'm falling into bad habits, and so I was able to kind of say to myself like, hey, this like sucks and we should do something about it. Um so I started, you have, and making that effort is hard, but you kind of you like have to do it. Um and it's rewarding if you do. So kind of making that effort to talk, get back out there and talk to my friends and engage with my friends more. And so now that I'm kind of back where I wanted to be before, and now I get to hang out with all those people in person for a few days. And I think that it's gonna be a great time. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to just going to Magfest in general, because I haven't been in almost a decade. Um, but yeah, like I re- I remember that I remember hanging out with Robbie, Meeks, and Cube in New York City. We we hung out, we met up and hung out in New York City before they moved to Seattle. And this was like Robbie said, like, Robbie like a couple of days ago mentioned that, it's like you know I've been living in Seattle for like 11 years. And that, like, I was like, was it really, like, it's been that long since I've seen you in person? Like, it's been that long. And I thought about the fact that it's like, I'm going to see one of my best friends in the world, Robbie dude, in person for the first time in 11 years. And I almost cried. Like, I got supremely emotional because I was like, I can't believe that this is happening. And soon. Down Air Podcast Redux, you're so right. You're so right. Oh my god, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. We're all gonna be there. We're all gonna be there in person. Holy fuck, I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. Um, but yeah, I think 2026 has the potential to be a much better year than this year. But it is going to, require effort to make it that way. And I want to put in that effort. Um, and even though I streamed pretty regularly this year, I always kind of have just had the feeling that, like, I feel like I could be doing more in terms of, like, not more streams necessarily, not like more output. I I don't know. I feel like there is stuff that, I guess I don't really know how to put this. I feel like there are a lot of streams. A lot of my streams are just kind of me. I guess I don't really know how to like articulate this, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I always just feel like I could do more as far as like streaming goes, and like what I do. And I feel like I'm making a good effort on that front already by doing Fantasy Critic. Because one of the things that I'm always, like, not kicking myself, but one of the things that I always think about is that, like, I kind of wish I was doing more as a streamer to, like, involve my audience. Yeah, like community stuff. For what it's worth, you don't need a gimmick or anything. Just listening to your thoughts is why we're here. I appreciate that. And that's also not entirely what I mean. I'm not looking for a gimmick because I feel like the second that I start trying to find like a gimmick or something, I feel like once I start thinking that way, I think that's kind of when I fall into the hole and then I don't stream for a year. because that's a really easy way to like compare yourself to other people, and then like you just lose every time. And I definitely had those moments this year also, where I was like looking at my friends and having the thought of like, well, what am I doing? Which is a bad place. It's always a bad place. But I feel like one of my first efforts to kind of do that is Fantasy Critic next year. I'm really looking forward to Fantasy Critic, and I'm also so happy that so many people signed up that as they did. Um Sorry, I got stun locked for a second. I got a notification on my phone. Like the fact that, and I mentioned this in the Discord, and I don't and I really hope that nobody took it as me complaining. But like literally just enough people signed up in the Fantasy Critic that I need to, and I'm waiting until Thursday to do this. The maximum amount of people in a Fantasy Critic league is 20. So including myself, that means that 19 other people could join. And including myself, we have, I think, 23 people playing, which means that there are just enough people that I need to make 2 leagues, and turn them into a conference, what the Fantasy Critics site calls a conference. And in order to do that, I need to subscribe to their Patreon, which is like $3 a month. But I'm like excited about that. I'm like genuinely excited that many people wanted to participate. And I'm excited. I'm excited to have a thing going on throughout the year that, we can talk about. Like I'm excited to be able to have something that I can talk about on stream and say like, "Oh, here's what's happening. Here's what's happening like in the Fantasy Critic. Like this game came out and got this many points, or like so and so bid on this game, and like just talk. And I want to do more of that. I want to find the balance that I want to strike is that I want to find places to do that. It was this or Mude? No. No, it wasn't. No, the fuck it wasn't. No. Hell no. I've never seen a fucking Mude, and I never will. and I never fucking will. I can promise you that. Fucking no. Excuse me. The balance that I want to strike is that I do want to find ways to do more community oriented stuff. But the other thing is that I need to, I'm being honest to myself and saying that, like, I have a lot of friends who are, I have a lot of friends who are like larger streamers than I am. And they do a lot of, and they do a lot of stuff. They do a lot of like community oriented stuff. Like, they'll have movie nights. They'll have, they'll have community oriented stuff like game nights and everything like that. Robbie just had like their art jam, which was awesome. And things like that. And I do always get when that stuff happens, I always do kind of get that like pang of like, oh, I wish I could do stuff. I wish I did stuff like that. Because I feel like it would make me a better streamer, but I also am being honest with myself and saying that like I don't think I want to do all of that. Like I don't want to do anything that goes that where I like am going out of my way to like become a streamer that I'm not. Because like and I'm not, how do I put this? Because the way that I phrase this in my head is like, you know, maybe a little mean to myself, but I do think it's also worth like recognizing in its own way, where I think about that stuff. I think about that stuff sometimes, and then I also think to myself, is like, bro, you're not that big. Like, like, I think it's still very much worth interacting with a community, even if it's like not a large one. But I also don't think I should be acting like a fucking like verified like a partnered streamer who has like 1 million followers. Like I you know, keep it simple. I think is more what I'm trying to say. Like I don't need to be too elaborate or extravagant. Keep it simple, stupid is a phrase that I repeat a lot in my head. And because of the fact that, you know, I have a like relatively like, you know, small and quaint community, that I should like keep that in mind and do things that reflect that. So yeah, Fantasy Critic is fun because, you know, it's you know, it is a small amount of people participating, but you know, it's something that everybody can still like kind of talk about every week or so. It would be nice to do like a community like game night or something every so often. Something that, okay, I don't want to promise this because I don't want to add this to the list of things that I say that I want to go back to and never do. But another thing on that list of things that I think about that I haven't done in so long is Columbo Sunday. I think often about the fact that it has been so long since the last Columbo Sunday. The problem is just that I was never happy with the method of it. Like, it always just felt like rough to me, like the method of like streaming it and like not putting it on screen, because obviously I can't if I'm streaming it on Twitch. And then just like putting a timer on and having people like do that and like try to stay in sync that way. But something that has been in the back of my head, and I have thought about Discord, like doing it like in a Discord way, and I think that would be good. I don't think that's a bad idea. The only thing is that then there's a limit of how many people can join. And I don't know why, for some reason, I'm so resistant to the idea of making it like an official like Discord community server. I don't know why. I just am. But something that has been in the back of my head, and I keep meaning to ask about it. Is I want to ask Ku how he does movie night. Because I think if there were, listen, at the end of the day, I really would much rather just straight up stream Columbo. I would really much rather just straight up stream episodes of Columbo that everybody can watch and shit like that. I obviously just can't do it here. I just can't do it here for very obvious reasons. So if there is a way that I could just stream it to everybody and have them watch it, like, that's, like, I would just rather do that. So yeah, I very much want to pick Ku's brain a bit about how he sets all of that up, because I think that is another thing that I would like to, that I really enjoyed watching Columbo. I really enjoyed watching Columbo because Columbo's a good show. It was just good television, and it was a routine. Um um and there's still a lot of fucking Columbo that we haven't watched. Like, a lot of Columbo. But like I said, I don't want to promise that as, like, 2026 is the year that we go back to Columbo, because then if it doesn't happen, then I'm just gonna fucking kick myself about it even more. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. What else? What else is there to talk about? I mean, there are a bunch of to be completely honest with you, I feel like if I do go back to Columbo, Sunday, because of how long it's been, like, I didn't, when did I, hold on, I still have, like, the folders open. When was the last, was that 2022? Did I not do any more? I did not do, yeah, that was just all 2022. So it's been, like, it's been like 3 years. It's been like 3 years since I've done it. I feel like I do think that there is value in, I was just thinking, yeah, just, like, start over. Just start over. Just push it back and just watch from episode 1 again. I think it's worth doing that if I do it. Gives like the new people an opportunity to watch. Let's see. The only other thing I can think to talk about is stuff that I want to play next year. So let's and this will be like the last thing I talk about. This will be the last thing that I talk about. Let me, oh, why is that so fucking wide, bro? You know what? Let's leave it. Hold on, let me, I'll fix that. Can I make the font? Here we go. Here we go. Games to play in 2026. Let's see. Let me rephrase that. Possible stream in 2026. Because I know that I do have a spreadsheet. I do have a spreadsheet somewhere of like a bunch of suggestions. Possible streams in 2026. Number 1 with a bullet. Signalis. Fucking finish Signalis. God damn it. Silent Hill F. Let's see. Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4, I would like to return to. I remember somebody asking me at one point, I remember somebody asking me about like the Resident Evil 4 streams. And I don't remember the exact way that they phrased it. But they basically they basically were asking as if like there was some like other reason why like we didn't go back to it. As if there was like there was some reason between Jackson and I, or if there was something on Jackson's end that meant that had us stop Resident Evil 4. And I'll tell you with 100% like certainty, it was me. It was 100% me is why we didn't play why we didn't go back to Resident Evil 4. And it's because of my setup and the way that I was playing the game. And like I was playing it on official hardware. I was playing a GameCube copy on the Wii through my RetroTink into my Elgato. A bunch of words that I'm sure mean something to everybody here. But for whatever reason, when I play games through my RetroTink into my capture card, every so often I will just lose pass-through, and I still to this day cannot figure out why that is the case. And it was happening so often. It was happening so often in RE4 in particular. It was happening in 1 and 2 also. Not for nothing. It was happening in 1 and 2 also, but I feel like it was happening so much more often in Resident Evil 4. The only reason why it didn't happen in Resident Evil 3 is because I own physical copies of Resident Evil 1 and 2 on PlayStation 1, and I did not own Resident Evil 3, so I actually bought that game on the PlayStation 3 and played it that way. And that's why I never had that problem with Resident Evil 3. But I kept having that issue with Resident Evil 4. And I feel like it just fucking, like, it really just tanked the vibes for me. And so I just remember at one point messaging Jackson. I was like, I can't play this game until I fucking figure this out. And then I never did. But what I did do is I was able to extract my save file from, because I have like a whole homebrew setup. I have a whole action replay setup on my GameCube. And I was able to use some homebrew software to actually extract my save file from my memory card and put it on my computer, so I could use it with Dolphin. So straight up, I think if I do play that game again, I'm just gonna fucking emulate it. But I also think I might just start over. Because it's been so long and I never uploaded those VODs, I think I'm just gonna start that game over again. Because if I don't, I feel like those first couple of VODs are just gonna be me getting mad as fuck because I keep losing fucking signal while I'm trying to play an action adventure game. Resident Evil 4 with Jackson. Nope. Jackson. And then from there, you know, like, ideally we would play through more of the series after that. And maybe more. Wink. What else? Umineko, obviously. More Umineko, because that game is I'm going to need to play that game all year. I'm going to need to play that game all fucking year. If I want to beat it. Monster Rancher, yes. I believe we can. I think the end is in sight. I think we could beat Monster Rancher. If we lock in. Monster, if we beat it, Monster Rancher 2. Because I would love to. I've not seen anything of Monster Rancher 2, and I would love to. I would love to play that game. If I can beat Monster Rancher 1. Let's see. October. Whatever that ends up being. Does the new Resident Evil coming out this year sound doable? Requiem? Maybe. Possibly. I guess I did, I guess I did stream Resident Evil Village when that game came out. I did play that game when it came out. That was a fucking sponsored stream, which is crazy to me now. I could do that. I guess my two hangups are, one, will it fucking run on my computer? Because recent Capcom games inspire no confidence at all. So we'll see. I guess I could like buy it on PS5 or something if I really was worried about that. Although I will say, not for nothing, I did play the Pragmata demo, and I was like pleasantly surprised that like it ran pretty well on my computer. So I think it kind of is just that Monster Hunter Wilds kind of fucking sucks. I think it is mostly just that Monster Hunter Wilds, for whatever reason, is just a piece of shit game that is so poorly optimized and like really just doesn't get any better anytime that they try to make it more optimized. And I don't get it. But I can add it to the list. Resident Evil Requiem. The other reason why why I would maybe be hesitant about streaming it, is the fact that, like, you know, it was fine. Like, Resident Evil 7 and Village, were cool. And Village was, you know, okay, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Basically my concern is just the fact that this is a game with Leon in it, and I haven't played the game with Leon in it. That Leon, like, I haven't finished Resident Evil 4 yet. And I feel like I was able to appreciate like Resident Evil 7 and Village just fine, because, you know, I played the first 3 games. So, you know, I was able to like pog at the camera and be like, look, it's Chris Redfield, and everything like that just fine. But I feel like I have not really been able to experience Leon Kennedy in the way that everyone else has. So, like, when I see Leon Kennedy as one of like the main characters of this game, and he's doing like Resident Evil 4 shit, I like it. That's like kind of lost on me a little bit. So I think I would kind of prefer to play Resident Evil 4 first, if that makes sense. A dev Alan Wake stream could go nuts. I do want to play Alan Wake really fucking badly. I bought Alan Wake 2 on the Epic Game Store. And it came with a remaster of the first Alan Wake game. So I do really want to play those games really badly. I'll add it to the list. Alan Wake. That's also a one where I feel like before I play Alan Wake 2, I also feel like I really need to play Control. Anthology of the Killer, yes, is also on the list. That is needed badly. Old bad games. Old bad games. Zelda 1, Metroid 1, etc. There is a twisted part of me that wonders if I should play, if like, dude, there's a twisted part of me that is thinking about like Zelda 1 and Metroid 1 and is like should I play those with retro achievements? It's if like I hate how it got in my head so fast. It got in my head so fast. Help. It's like, someone help me. Please, someone help me. It's like I hate it. I hate it. Ah. It's too late. No, you're right. No, it's too late. It's too fucking late. I do quite like retro achievements though, to be honest. I really like didn't get it until I started doing it myself. But like I get it. It's fun. I don't know if anybody saw, but I like this morning I was looking, just an evil thought popped into my head. So I went on the Retro Achievements website and I looked up and I just did a search for Clock Tower. And I saw that every single Clock Tower game has Retro Achievements. And I was just like, oh no. Oh no. No. Like, I already did that. I already did that for Clock Tower 1. I 100%ed Clock Tower Rewind on Steam. I got all the achievements for that game. Am I really going to play through every single Clock Tower game again? Just so I can get them for retro achievements? And I kind of want to. I kind of really want to. The problem is just that they get so, as you get to like the later games, the achievements just get so convoluted just because of how much more stuff there is to do. Clock Tower 1 is such a simple game. Clock Tower 1 is such a simple game where like the achievements in that game are, besides getting the endings, like obviously like getting the endings is one thing, but then it's just like, you know, all of like the handful of like different like scenes that you can see in that game, where one is like, get this scene, or like get this scene when you turn on the TV and stuff like that, which was an achievement in the Steam version too. But then like you get to like Clock Tower: The Struggle Within, and that game has like fucking 74 achievements. Because it's because of just the absurd amount of like interactable stuff in that game is like so much more than any of the other Clock Tower games, which is like, I really didn't think about it. It really didn't, like, I didn't think about it until I saw that in Retro Achievements. It's like, oh yeah, Clock Tower: The Struggle Within is really like a lot more of a point and click game than the other ones. However, what I did see that I had to say to myself, no, hell no, is I looked up Haunting Ground, and I saw that Haunting Ground has like 85 achievements. It has 85 achievements, and it's all like getting like very specific shit, like doing very specific things in each chapter with like each of like the fucking like the enemies in each chapter, and then it's like doing the fucking alchemy crafting shit to like get items, and then like doing the mini games that you unlock after you beat the game. And then it's like beating every boss, like basically playing that game again on hard mode and beating the bosses. And I was just like, nope. I was like, this does not look fun. This does not look like a fun thing to do. So I was like, nope, I'm not doing that. Hell no. Hell no. But the other Clock Tower games, like, maybe. At the very least, I think Clock Tower 1 would be fun to do. Whether or not that's a stream game, I don't know. Clock Tower Retro Achievements. Is it? Yeah, whatever. I don't care if I spelled it wrong. Do I have water? My throat is parched. I've been talking for an hour and a half and I haven't even started playing the fucking game yet. Here's a game. Here's a game that I wanted to put on this list. Just because it's a game that I think I'd really like to play next year. Completely unrelated to everything here. Nobody will remember this. Nobody will remember this because I like basically streamed this to an audience of nobody. Because this was like almost a decade ago, I want to say at this point. But I did a bunch of streams where like basically a decade ago, I was like doing streams where it was just me like fucking around in call with my friends. That was like when I streamed like Phantom Hourglass and shit like that. And I remember that like for like I did 1 or 2 streams. This was not on Twitch, I don't think. I don't think it was on Twitch. And I did 1 or 2 streams of Metroid Prime 1. And with Metroid Prime 4 coming out this month, it's really like I think I want to play Metroid Prime. I'm gonna put Metroid Prime on the list. I have to think about which one. I have to think about which version I want to play, because I do own the remaster, and the remaster is quite good. But there is a part of me that still just kind of wants to play the original version anyway. Just because I'm like that. Especially because of the fact that, you know, there's still not Switch 2 upgrade incoming trust. If next year they update if they update the fucking Prime remaster to add like mouse mode and whatnot, I'll do that. I'll stream that one. But otherwise, I think I would rather just play on like Dolphin with a GameCube controller.
My dolly.
Holy fuck. Moth, thank you very much for the raid with a party of 32. Achu, don't fucking sneeze. What the fuck? Don't sneeze on me. Why are you getting me sick, bro? What the hell? I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. Why are you getting me sick, dude? Play Resident Evil 4 in 2026. Hello, Moth. Thank you for the stream. I hope your stream went well, and I also hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. Welcome everybody. I'm gonna be playing Umineko eventually. I'm gonna be playing more Umineko eventually, but I've been talking about this year, and also what I want to do next year. So I have a list here. I have a list I've been making here of things that I could maybe do in the next year. You must play Resident Evil 4 no matter what. Okay. It'll happen. It'll happen. I'm gonna talk to I'm gonna talk to Jackson and we're gonna make it happen. I think. Because I definitely think I brought it up to Jackson at some like not too like recently. I feel like we are both kind of on the same page of like it has to happen. It's just a matter of when. Because I know he's a busy motherfucker. Um um what else? What else, man? Here, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. Streams. Here, I'm gonna do streams in 2026. Um, uh, asterisk equals for sure. Um, because I don't want to promise everything. Uh, but but I think there are a number of things here that it's just like, yeah, I really should do this. And also like Clocktober's happening, you know, like I'm for sure doing something in October. Um Heart Month stream for AHA is for sure happening. I need to talk to my rep next month. I need to talk to my rep in January about it. So I don't want to talk about what I'm doing yet, but I am for sure doing something for Heart Month. Deltarune Chapter 5 when it comes out. So here's the thing. Here's the heartbreaking thing. I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to stream any, like, I don't think I want to stream any more Deltarune chapters. I thought about it. And I enjoyed those. Don't get me wrong. I had fun with those streams. I really did. But I think with something like that, to be fair, the fandom would spoil you like crazy. Yeah, that wasn't really a I didn't really have that problem. Well, okay, that's a lie. I mean, I do have that problem just existing on social media. Like I've known about the fucking fight in chapter 4 and I haven't even done it yet. I've basically known about it since like that week. um um I don't know. I think with games like that, part of the problem for me is part of my problem just in general is that games will, when I stream a game, and this isn't even necessarily about streaming on Twitch. This could even just be like streaming in a Discord call. If I stream a game in a call, if I stream a game even once, my brain immediately compartmentalizes it as that's a stream game. Like that's a stream game. If I play a game in a call for my friends, like that becomes a stream game and I can't play it on my own. And it becomes very difficult, borderline impossible for me to allow myself to play that on my own for myself. Which is why that's the reason why I haven't done any of the extra stuff in Deltarune chapters 3 and 4 is because I haven't streamed them yet. And because I haven't streamed them, I'm like, well, I can't play them. So I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want that to happen for the rest of Deltarune. I think I just have to let myself play that one. But I will say that doesn't mean that you're not gonna hear from me in regards to Deltarune. And I'll leave it at that. and that's all I'll say for right now. So I'm not going to be playing. I'm not going to stream chapter 5, chapter whatever, chapter 6, chapter 7, chapter 8, chapter 9, chapter 0, whatever ends up happening. But I should go back to the other stuff in Deltarune chapters 3 and 4. I should. I don't even know what the weird route in those chapters looks like, which is crazy to me. The fact that I don't know anything about those in particular is kind of wild to me. I'm very appreciative that that hasn't been spoiled for me at the very least. Especially since my fucking friends have been streaming these games. So the fact that I haven't is amazing. I think this is a fine list. Oh, wait. One more thing. Actually, one more thing. Because this is the other thing. This is the other thing that I still owe you all. This is the other thing that I still owe you all that I need to make good on at some point. Is VTuber month. VTuber month still needs to happen. I don't know when that'll be. I don't know when that'll be, but it has to, but it must happen. And I think with that, I think that's where I'll leave this list for now. It can be edited. It can be edited, games can be added, games can be removed. List not final. We shall see. So let me save this. Documents. 2026 streams. Then yeah. I don't know. I'm talking like this is the end of the stream, but I'm kind of just trying to like wrap up this part of it. I don't know. This year sucked. This year sucked, and I'd really like next year to be better. Both just personally and professionally, and And yeah, I owe a lot of, I like commissions is also another thing. I really wanted to do commissions. I wanted to do commissions a lot more this year. And then I didn't. And then I started commissions. I opened up commissions and then I like got a few done. And now I just have more people waiting on commissions uh on top of the commissions that I've already been owing people for like more than a year. Um, so if you are one of those people that's still waiting on a commission, um, all I all I can really say is just I'm sorry. All I can really say is I'm sorry. I don't really have an excuse. Um, and I hope to I hope to get back to you. I hope to get back to these commissions at some point because I would really like to start. I really think I need to get back on track of like being a person with that like tries to make some amount of income. Um and commissions are kind of the like really the main way uh that I can do that. Uh would doing art streams be a good idea? Like probably. Probably, right? Um so we'll see. We'll see. I should do art streams. No, I'm not I should. I should do art streams because you are right. I think that would help a lot. And maybe just doing art streams like with people. I don't know. I do a lot of streams by myself, and I think a lot of my streams would be elevated if I didn't do that. Because I don't like bothering people, and I feel like asking people to stream with me is always me bothering them. um, but I do think that there are probably a number of streams that would be elevated if I had another person there. Um so yeah. It's not I mean, there's still another day in 2025, but I hope 2026 is a better year. And I hope 2026 is just kinder to everybody. And I hope that we all are able to work within our means to make 2026 a better year for ourselves and the people around us. um Excuse me, I'm not crying, I'm just stuffy. I always get so stuffy on stream and it pisses me off. um yeah. And I guess also I say it every stream, but and I'm gonna say it again, especially since this is the end of the year. Um, I mean, thank you, just thank you, I guess. Thank you to everybody who watches. Thank you to everybody who follows. Thank you to everybody who subscribes. Thank you to everybody who donates. Thank you to everybody who raids, who cheers, who chats, whatever you do. Thank you to everybody who posts Jinjo in my Discord. Thank you to everybody who talks about the food that they eat in my Discord. Everybody who sticks around and finds, you know, something. Everybody who gets something out of what I do, it really means a lot to me. And I genuinely appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Any amount of like interaction, I guess, whatever you take from what I do, from what I offer, I appreciate. And honestly, even the people who like, I don't know how many people have stuck around. I recognize, you know, I see the names of the people that do chat. And I also, you know, there are a lot of people who aren't around, who like aren't around that much anymore. And how do I say this? I'm not trying to like say this in a parasocial way, but like I do think about the people that like I do think about the names of chatters and stuff that I haven't seen here in a while. And for what, and whether it's because they just are busy, whether it's because something else happened, or maybe they just or maybe they just lost interest or some other thing, or maybe or maybe they hate me. I don't know. It could happen. Believe it or not, there could be someone out there in this world who doesn't like me. Regardless, I do think about the names that I don't see every so often. Uh, and I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope everybody is doing okay and having a good time. And even the people that don't watch, who like don't watch or interact with what I do anymore, I hope you got something out of it, and I hope you're doing okay. And to the people that will stick around in 2026, of course, I appreciate it, and I will continue to appreciate it. So, yeah, I don't know. Thank you. And I hope that everybody continues to like what I do. Yeah. And I think I said it before, but if you're at MagFest, come say hello. I come say hi. I'd love to say hi. Um okay. I think that's everything. I think that's everything that I wanted to talk about before I started playing Umineko. And it's now been 2 hours. And it's now been 2 hours. Oops. I thought that I would be talking, at least for an hour, and then I would play Umineko. But it's now been 2 hours. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. I'm gonna get some more water, and I'm also gonna take a cough drop. So I will be right back. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we will play some Umineko. So yep, be right back. Wait, hold on. Hang on. Is this like a... Okay, no, this is regular. Okay, we're good. Okay. All right, I return. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I think next year I want to make more emotes also. There's a bunch more stuff that I want to do actually now that I think about it, but we'll see if any of it actually happens. I want to make more emotes. I kind of, because I know I'm making a VTuber obviously for a month. But I'm like low key thinking about maybe also giving Edie like as the streamer persona, or like the streamer surrogate version of DD, like maybe like a slight redesign. Because I've had some ideas, and we'll see what I end up, if I end up doing anything with it at all. But we'll see. I hope we see some Maeve, Meanie, and Winry too. Maybe. Can I don't know why. And I know that this is just another thing that I'm talking about, and instead of playing Umineko. I don't know why. I just, when my life feels like the fucking Anthony Bourdain quote of like, once you've, the famous Anthony Bourdain quote, where I forget what area he's talking about, but where he says like, once you've been there, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your own bare hands. So much of my life feels like, once you have been inside Cambodia, yes, once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your own bare hands. My life feels like, once you have been inside Okie Dokie Dev's mind, you will never stop wanting to beat Okie Dokie Dev's brain to death with your own bare hands. So much of my life and so much of what I do, is plagued by shame and obligation, which I'm sure is not a unique thought for a number of people, but shame and obligation, I feel like, are the two big things that determine whether I do or don't do anything. And I don't know why, but for like, because I have these characters that I've created that I like, and that people like too. And I'm very glad that people like them. But for some reason, like, basically whenever I do anything ever, when I draw them with anything ever, I just feel such like shame and embarrassment. I feel like I'm tricking everybody. I don't know. I feel like I'm tricking everybody. And I wish that it would stop. And I wish it would stop, because I would very much love to play toys with the things that I've created. But that's kind of why I don't draw as much of my character. Basically, for some reason, when I think about the idea of fleshing out my characters further, I feel like that it's me lying. because they don't have a lot going on currently. And for some reason my brain thinks that trying to elaborate on that is like making shit up, which, like, yes it is, because that's fiction, because that's how fiction works. But, like, you know, you can't appeal to logic your own brain. So, like, even though I'm fully aware of that, I still can't do that. Sounds like imposter syndrome? Yup. Sure is. Sure is. It sure is. But yeah, I don't know. That's another thing that I'd like to not get over next year, because I know that's impossible. I know that's not happening, but it's something that I would at least like to be better about. We need to make more fan art is what I'm hearing. I'm never going to tell anybody that they should make fan art. I'm never going to say that. I'm never going to tell anybody what they should or should not do. I think that would be inappropriate of me as a streamer, as somebody with any degree of authority or whatever. I don't think I should do that. But if you want to, who am I to say no? For those who are watching the VOD, the humor. If Peter Griffin explains the joke. So basically what the streamer Okie Dokie Dev did is that they went on this long diatribe and then proceeded to post the exclamation point art command in the chat, which then told everybody where they can post their fan art. But yeah, I don't know. I like the characters that I've created, and I think I'd like to do more with them. Because god damn it, I need to make things next year. God fucking damn it, I need to make things next year. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy not making things. And it has to happen. Okay. That's it. Enough. We're playing Umineko now. Excuse me. Alright, welcome back. Welcome back to Umineko When the Seagulls Cry. When we last left off, we had just arrived, the Ushiramiya family had just arrived on Rockinjima, which is this secluded little island. And they are all here at the behest of, the head of the family, who is dying, who is not dead, but is dying. And I believe it has something to do with matters of inheritance. And yes, they're an extremely normal family, who talk about, like, fondling each other for some reason. It's rich people shit. It's rich people shit. Maria is also there, and she's awesome. So I'm gonna press start. I'm gonna press load. Here we go. Oh yeah, hang on. I'm gonna put it. No spoilers. Pin. No spoilers, and if you have not seen this game before, I would strongly encourage looking up, going on the, Does the Dog Die page for this game, because it may or may not touch on, subject matters, that people may find, discomforting. So please do your due diligence, please do your homework, and see if this is the right stream for you. Please and thank you. And if there is something, don't talk about it in chat, please. Thank you. All right. And with that, I finished my cough drop. 4 of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages: adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other 3 kept listening attentively. Also, I'm gonna say one more thing. I think from henceforth, I may change my mind as we go, as we progress. But I think for the most part, I think I'm just gonna be reading. I don't think I'm gonna be doing as much like voice acting. I think I'm just gonna read, if that's okay. Because I'm simply one person. If it's a scene, if it's like Badler or something, I might do a little something. But otherwise, I think I'm just gonna read. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside. Ooh, I'm a kid too. I'm a kid too. Well, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And when that happens, that flat as a board chest will reach Jessica's level, huh? When that happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? Alright. It's a promise. Ooh, let you touch him. Promise. Ooh. No, Maria-chan. The fuck? You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad. Ooh? I promise, so I'll let him touch him. I keep my promises. Always keep them, ooh. Maria, you really are an earnest good girl. The guy you marry is gonna be really lucky. Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise never happened. Never. Ooh, the promise is canceled? As I thought, without Badler-kun in our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true. We didn't really goof off like this. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, finding jobs. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. But I'm having more fun this year. Ooh, ooh. That's true. I agree, this year's the most fun yet. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Aniki stroked Maria's head as she giggled like a happy kitten. Fucking 2 gunshots. What the hell was that? Pardon me. Your meal is ready. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Oh, it's Shannon. Shannon, just don't walk in this room. I'm gonna be so dead ass with you. Shannon, just don't walk into this room. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon, come in. You remember Badler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Badler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Ah, Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan. I warned you. I really warned you. I tried. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what's about. I'm sorry. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? You are too kind. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, huh? What are you eating and how are you training to get boobs that big? Guess I'll have to feel them a bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from strange disease. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. I think I know what this is talking about. This is just a Badler style method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped and clobbered, right? So, I can use this Badler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Well, it also really means that I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance, though, right? Like that'd ever happen. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's boobs. But the counter-strike had yet to come. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on. But she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Hey, I wasn't planning on this. Please, hit me right now, or I'm seriously gonna... Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Ow! Thank you so much, Jessica. Why the hell are you thanking me? Huh? Seriously, my bad, Shannon-chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. You've got to fight back when people do that. But you are an important guest, Badler-sama. Now look here, a pervert's a pervert whether he's a guest or not. A girl's chest has got an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace, so you'd better scramble the jets immediately and give them an instant slap. I couldn't do such a thing. Because we are, furniture. Of course she didn't want her breast touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. To think such devoted girls still existed in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy. But no! No! I'm coming at you with a perverted face again. Knock me down! Look out, pervert on the loose. This gag can't end until you deliver the punchline, so slap me. Please! Hit me! I cannot fulfill your request. Because I'm furniture. But if it were an order, I'd obey you. Because that is my duty. Then I'll make it an order. The next time Badler-kun tries to touch your breast, counterattack with a slap. Got it? Yes, as you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Badler-sama. Shannon-chan announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show I was fine with that. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here? Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. She's... Yup. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Hang on, I'm gonna try to write these out. Where's my Japanese app? Oh god, what the hell is this? Oh no, there's a whole other fucking character that I forgot. Oopsie, my fault. Dude, why am I so ass at writing kanji? Like, that's what it is. Whatever. The kanji for her name was read as Shannon. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name is pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiromiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name is so similar to Kanon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant here who's served here since she was 6 years old. Huh? Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there. But she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age, especially in her breasts. Yes. That kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? He's the same as always. If only he were just a bit more sociable. I apologize if he's caused you any trouble. Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understood how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable. Ooh, I get called that all the time too. I get called unsociable, just like Kanon. Ooh. You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama. Ooh? Wanted to be like him. You said the meal was ready, right? Yes. I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further. So, shall we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking. Ooh, I can't wait. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Ooh, stuff ourselves like pigs. No, you can't take everything Badler-kun says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. Under Shannon-chan's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. We walked past a bunch of JPEGs on our way. Met once again by the magnificent Rose Garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromiya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Paddler-sama. It has been quite some time since last we met. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji-san, it really has been a while. You look well. Thank you. I have been quite well. And Paddler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth. I look like grandfather? Guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please, come this way. Shan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, much like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver. And you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seems he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. Did you fuck my grandpa? According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed, which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that ended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. Is it the painting? It's the fucking painting. Yep. Here we go. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. Who? Sorry. Hey, Jessica, has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again? Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. You are correct, sir. In April of the year before last, my master put it on display there, having previously ordered a painter to create it. Grandfather did that? So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this Western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged women you often see in famous pictures. If she had had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Ooh, I know. She's Beatrice. Bea... What? Beatrice. She's a witch. Didn't you ever hear stories about her long ago? A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokenjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive, considering that only the Ushiromiya family lives here. So, only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, whoa, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the oceans are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out to the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokenjima's witch. And that's why, when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch, who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? Aniki mentioned it. I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. Is it Beatrice or Beatrice? So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story? She's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. Beatrice. They say. To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind. But to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. He says he had that painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. The whole thing's creepy as hell. Lady, this portrait is precious to the master. I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him. I know, even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room. Ooh, I'm hungry. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushiromiya family. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck by lightning. I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Ushiromiya family that rules Rokenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Adler! Ooh, you're slow. When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. I have brought the children. Please pardon the intrusion. The doors were open, and we were invited inside. The dining room looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be. Had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guest conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat. The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. Excuse me. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipient's chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the incipient's chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipient's chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair on the right side of the first row sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was the third highest in rank. The left-handed side of the second row was for the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him on the right side of the second row sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope. The left-hand seat in the third row, rank number 6, belonged to Jessica. I guess that makes sense because of, like, you know, you would want, like, direct lineage. Opposite her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Then finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the 5th row sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest in rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi in the 6th row, and the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kirie-san. It's hard to visualize with just words. Yeah, no, like in any, I feel like in any other game, this is when they would put a fucking diagram on screen. This would be the fucking Danganronpa diagram that you see 10 times, over the course of the chapter. The seat opposite to Kirie-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. That's Beatrice's seat. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushiromiya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, in their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. Badler's first smart thought. Badler, the thing about Badler is that he has had a lot of poignant things to say. It's just that, like, they immediately get undercut with him just saying really, like, just immature and awful things. But so it goes. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. How nice to see you, Badler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Oh, yep. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I guess about 180 centimeters? But Aunt Natsuhi, that's where you're supposed to say, heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed like she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? Yes. It feels bad to say it like this, but, well, I didn't exactly dislike her. I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her, though my efforts seemed to have ended in failure. Silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So, as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents during their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Still, I figured he'd at least come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica! When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Wait, no way, that's true. Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they'd do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. Bro, no wonder you're dying. You're poisoning yourself. Is there like a... Hang on. Is there like a... Is there a way to like look to like go back? Because I'm worried that I skipped something. This game got a text log. Oh, okay. Awesome, thank you. Alright, I'm good then. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling father sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then, he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool! Who told you the door would be open if you had but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile! Do you wish to suffer the same fate? Father, this is the day of the family conference, which only happens once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. Molest me not! Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all! Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth! Bro, relax. I know your ass hasn't eaten yet today, and it fucking shows. Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood. Wormwood? Force the imbeciles who dare try to lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. I will soak their dregs in liquor. Ah, where is Genji? Call for Genji! Have my demonic absinthe prepared. The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. Ah, where is Genji? Bring him here! Holy shit, man. On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying, it's no use, and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he tried as a formality. Inzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while? Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you, I told them to get Genji! Now call for him immediately! Time is short, and the apostles are already readying your trumpets, so why can't you foolish sheep understand? Kinzo slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth. Oh, everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? Call for Genji. I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now. Kraus-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father? Nope. My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do. He is, no. Kraus does look, he is giving Saul Goodman a bit here. He's like a weird hybrid. He's like a weird hybrid of Saul Goodman and Howard Hamlin. The red suit does a lot. The red suit does a lot. Ginzo-san. Choking coughs continue to pour from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san, father is calling for you. Keep him company. Certainly. Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Krause's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji-san, but please allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break. Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Oh, where's Genji? Call for Genji! Are you fucking my grandpa, yes or no? Please, allow me to handle the situation here. Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door. Master, it is Genji. Genji? Why have you kept me waiting so long? You're alone, I trust. Correct. I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. He's got fucking trap buttons on his desk? Are you kidding me? Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that to him were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. It was all the fucking porn that he commissioned of Beatrice. That fucking all went out the window, and he was like, I'm never allowing them in here ever again. I'm putting Resident Evil trapdoors everywhere in my fucking house. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that to him were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable even to see Kinzo's face. Most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes, sir. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. Oh, no. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. Cursed? But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoires!" There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them a religious or mysterious nature. All of them of a including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. He is literally poisoning himself. He is literally inhaling, he is locking himself in this room every day and inhaling noxious fumes. No wonder he's about to die. I love how you said no voice acting, but it seems like you're having much fun. I don't think I could read Kinzo's lines any other way. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and inert glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. If success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. I also like that Nanjo literally just said, please no alcohol. And then Genji's like, I promise I won't. Immediately gives him alcohol. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. Here, master. Thank you. Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Drink, my friend. Your words are too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend. Thank you. Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. Bro, an indirect kiss. I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, master. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank, even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit. We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, master, that I have been able to live like this until today. Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery. Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Browse is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1, and then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Ava is a slave to money who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere and whom we know about nothing. Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiromiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. Why is the Ushiromiya blood so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? Ah, of course, I know this is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it! Ah, you golden witch! Are you trying to take revenge against me in this way? If you want to hate me, then do so! If you want to run away, then run! I won't let you go! I won't let you go! I won't let you go! Won't let you go! You belong to me! You must always be in my arms, for all my life! You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me! Beatrice, why won't you smile back at me? Oh, Beatrice! Oh! After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing two different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo living together inside one body. So, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. Power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble, like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery to nail a cursed doll to a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because the risk that it will be seen within magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happened in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea shores weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless innumerable results on the roulettes of those with power. This is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles is magical power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Kinzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice, show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile, that is all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice. Oh. His nonsensical yells became a scream and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, imagine seeing a witch so hot you want to kill yourself. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family head's health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have gathered for this event that occurs but once a year. Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly. I shall begin today's luncheon. Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad? Couldn't he have at least let us see his face? It's more a problem of mood than a physical condition. And for that, there is no medicine I can prescribe. Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You've got to be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season just to come and find out how he's doing. And now he's... Then you should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what, would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was, he wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner, Kraus-Nissan? I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly. Although, I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. Genji-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk. It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She'd planned for her complaints to be only heard by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking. If he's as cranky as they make him sound, he can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him. And it's because grandfather has especially strong willpower. Bro, fucking power scaling, like aging. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left. If the initial diagnosis was correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. It's right for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family head seat still empty. The man who should be sitting here had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiromiya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt it was that odd anymore. Oh! The Ushiromiya family conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. Excuse me. Oh my god, I need more water. Oh. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned? And what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems like topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting, where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful, so while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle... This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat with children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he says is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all of the other siblings. Though despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the opposite end from Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kirie-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought it at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, what with his love of all things Western. Nanjo's probably the only person who could enter Rokenjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kirie and the other women, who sat near to him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much and be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid, and it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that incipient chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something, I'd totally freak out. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. Can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989. For those who don't know. Until the Meiji, 1968 to 1912, and Taisho, 1912 to 1926 eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. Why was the Taisho era so short? They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough just to double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down on the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. Spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So, Once they started trying to figure out who the successor to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as good fortune so great that it overturned fate. Wow. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with the task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything he learned from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he'd built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one, just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning, when he started investing his money. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this all happened during the year Showa 25, 1950 or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, 1924, so I thought he said 12. I thought he said Taisho 12. That means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever been before. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara, but for some reason he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property and tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. What I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered his land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune on his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact. Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which we could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, He's just that incredible. This kind of person usually only has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that is how they're portrayed after the fact. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island, where all of his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really knew when this bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, Grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had the right to do so as he pleased, but there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking, that's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunities and risks. Let's say Grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would have probably advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere, happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like at a table in some bar. Then again, I bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer. Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in the adjacent seas, weren't they? They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket. Hey, quit it, Battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you said that even though you love those cheap pubs. I've eaten at many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel he used to work at, what with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. In the middle of it all, he was apparently forced to retire. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile. Excuse me. Holy shit, I just noticed that it's fucking 12:31. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. Ugh. The world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the madam, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiromiya family. Although, I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me. All of this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi. That's because you are the most talented of the applicants. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart. Please excuse us. Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Oh, I want dessert. Goda-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already be filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling, more! I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her by calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, Now, it's okay. Ooh, this part's sour. This part's sour. Badler, this one's no good. Ooh. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the two colored sauces. What, some are good and some bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently one sauce is sweet and the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Shannon-chan hesitated. Maybe her job was to set the table, so she didn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? Well, Aunt Natsuhi made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache. Kumasawa-san, who was setting up the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle. What do you think we made it out of? It'll shock you. Huh? I don't have a clue. Wait a sec. Kumasawa-ba-san, that laugh's pretty creepy. So what is it? Don't tell anyone, okay? Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned from across the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught. Jessica, George, Aniki, and of course Maria also put their ears closer. Ooh, what? What? Quickly, quickly. You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel. What? Mackerel? That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely. Ooh, mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Only Aunt Rosa, her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as shimesaba. Ah, now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has gotta be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and when I went all around like school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Kumasawa-ba-chan, you sure haven't changed. You know Maria's gonna believe it now, right? Oh, it's just a joke. Now Goda-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? Goda looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason, but after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected from just now from that very rose garden. The sauce is a combination of two reds, strawberry and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry's sweetness and the rose hips' sourness. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy. Whoa. Man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description at first to make it seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goda-san elaborated on the details of the dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reached the sour sauce at that point, you'd get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our sweets, oh my god. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste and his presentation. How is it, madam? Splendid, as always. It is worthy of entertaining our guests. I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I have heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared. Is that so? Thank you. See, didn't I tell you, Natsuhine-san? Rosehip is great for headaches. So it seems. I do hope it actually helps. Ha! Goda-san, I love ya. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me about how they're treating you? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like. Having your talent confined to this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers? Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to steal away our Goda? Now that won't do at all. We'd better start treating Goda better or he'll get snatched up. Yes, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him, and then you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking a day, won't you? Oh, that's harsh. Fuck you. It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often exclaimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent it on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. In that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourselves for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you'd better look forward to it. We sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimisaba. That sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rokenjima's famous mackerel shochu? Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny watching Goda-san, who looked like this show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner. Kumasawa-san, thanks for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa-san may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon had a little bit of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake. Like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That's why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue. I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. Oh, I'm jealous. Huh? Oh, sorry, I haven't checked the shift chart yet. Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break. Yes. I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they'd prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea. But my old bastard said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside. Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside? Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky's still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain. Ooh, I want to go to the beach. The beach! Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it? Ah, good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Ooh, let's go, let's go. Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Or your shoes. Ooh, won't get wet. That obedience is so cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay? Sure, leave it to me. Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself listening to Kyrie like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Ha! Hell no. Let's go, everyone. Come on. The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a servant cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst. Rudolph's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing. Quit it. We're no match for your family, Aniki. That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talents at education and training, Natsuhine-san. Thank you. Natsuhi answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence, because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they start getting huge all of a sudden, and then they are adults like us. Battler-kun looks like a completely different person now. His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid. Though you could say the same about my husband. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up. Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say. That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now, so I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level rather than an emotional one. When Ava smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window. Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark, just as it always has. Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do? My, I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa? Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling. Quit it, Aniki. We'd better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let a small look of resignation across their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months. Which I guess means he's got negative 9 months left now. Should we take that to mean it might suddenly happen at any time? The family head is still alive and well. The fact that you bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san. Still, Natsuhi-san, this is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this, while we've still got some time to plan. It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say. It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you? That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called. Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition? Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision. Since my estimate last year, he had only 3 months. Since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out. No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right? That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effects of one condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state. So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited. Kyrie, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit. I'm sorry. Whoa. That is correct. Kinzo-san's body has been is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol. So he's in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he's lived this long life because he drinks. There's Dad for you, the heavy drinker. Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction, but what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head. Natsuhi jumped on Ava, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Ava stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. Ah, Natsuhi-san, forgive her. Ava, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay? I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition. Is that so? I hadn't realized. Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Ava, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle. You ask whether he will still be healthy next year, but as a doctor, it's very hard to say. Because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Rokenjima is a solitary island. It does not know an ambulance could quickly jump in to save him. Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now. Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him? Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when he's in one of his better moods. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. It's true some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless. So, to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death. Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words? Ah, sorry. I've always talked this way. Give me a break. I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Kraus-Nissan? Huh. To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he has only 3 months to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. In the next world, get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go at any time. No offense to you, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in this field. Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets. Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right? Damn! But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife. That's an interesting way to put it. That's right, sometimes you get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut it into equal parts. So imagine you have a hamburger. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in? I cannot understand how you all can openly discuss this as if the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya's house's wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There's a huge difference between this family's resources and your family's wealth. How rude! My birth family has nothing to do with this. Natsuhi responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. Give it a rest, Ava. Natsuhi-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Ava and Natsuhi even more tense. How is he floating? It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me. Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances of envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs. In other words, this is what you would all like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya's family wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight. Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty? We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings. It doesn't matter when we do that, but if the day father's condition worsens is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest. Oh? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say it. Witted Aniki. Rosa's one of Dad's kids, too. She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us. It's only natural that she'd be interested. After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too relaxed. It almost seems like you'd like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Calm down, Natsuhi-san. Listen to what we have to say. Nissan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yes, since last year we've been in an unprecedented boom, and the yen keeps on rising. If this chart continues, the yen will only go up. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Also, the ruling party says that it'll establish health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about trying to gather as much funding as they can. You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Oh, this is the bubble. This is the bubble economy. You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which father revived the Ushiromiya family. The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on that fact. 3 kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels, and theme parks. Have you gone to Disneyland, which opened just a few years ago? Bro, I want to go to Disneyland. They got fucking Mickey Mouse there. What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. We have become the most prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits. Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at. When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, all that changed. The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. You've got a great sense of direction the world's moving, Kraus-san. At least there can be no debate about that. I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad, and it's incredible. However, unlike Dad, the timing of your predictions has been a bit off sometimes, right? Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom, but almost all of them continue to fail. While I'm sure the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you've misread the timing of that boom. You were too early. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose really was so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Bro, brutal. If my brothers and if my siblings and cousins started talking to me like this, I'd fucking kill myself. Holy fuck. Is this proof that you mistrust your own ability? How rude! Are you trying to insult my husband? Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Ava, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down. Please stop, Natsuhi. Ava's always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little, or your headache will get worse. There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? You built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is that to you? My husband's business is none of yours. Actually, that's not true, Natsuhi-san. Rokenjima doesn't belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right? In fact, we'd be more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa? Well, if what I have on hand will suffice. If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future. When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not? I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We can just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property. You understand that much? What about my business makes you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied, we're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right? That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Right, Rosa? That's right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it. Oh. So the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house. It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years ago, or 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening. Isan, it's just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then, It always becomes unmaintainable partway through and ends before you even have a chance to earn any profit. You were brilliant when you saw that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospect of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I've strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island. But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence! That is not my husband's fault. There's just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are victims here. And yet, the rumors we've heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all. Holy shit, they are fucking messy. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Badler, George, like Jessica and Mario are all outside of the beach, like la 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 la. La 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 la. Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, or other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight? We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the tourism industry, it's necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people. It's also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal. I'll admit that, in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant. Liar. I'll bet you want to liquidate it, but can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated, empty island without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project? Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Kraus Nissan, but I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Hideyoshi-san, I could see how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. Oh my god, dude. Take the L. Take the L, Kraus. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually, all of the investments I have made until now will finally return to my possession. That's right. Just like throwing away a small fry to catch a salmon, they will come back even bigger than before. I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long, though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt. However, Kraus Nissan, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about. This isn't some small amount we're talking about. You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug. What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san? Natsui-san, please don't get angry. We looked into this too. We checked to see who might have provided Kraus Nissan with enough financing to support his recent large-scale projects despite his string of failures. And we've discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of money roulette is that you bet against the loser. Aniki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we looked for people who considered that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates. So, the big question now is where you got that money from. Oh. Now, isn't this intriguing? And? Dear, how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand? Sit down, Natsuhi-san. Let's cut to the point. Aniki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain. Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated! How can you face the successor to the Ushiromiya head family and level these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd. They're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debts keep getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural that he'd try to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank, Nissan. What you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying Father. You know that we'll have the courts settle this after all it's all over, right? Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Ushiromiya head family? Of all the... You dare to claim that he has betrayed the family head? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushiromiya family. Leave this place at once. Now! Get out! Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. She then pointed alternately at Eva in the hallway, demanding that she leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped. Hey, Natsuhi-ne-san? To whom do you think you are speaking in such a tone? I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of the main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of the kitchen? Be silent, lowly maidservant. Ava folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. How foolish! You stand down! Before Ava of the Ushiromiya family. You tell me to stand down? Ushiromiya Ava, the third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head? Know your place, and then look at your shabby self in a mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed womb to house the next successor to the Ushiromiya family? Understand your place, you common housemaid! Ava's face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsuhi's heart like talons, wrenching at it. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go. It became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down. What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on. Ava faced with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fists quivering. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension. Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should go cool your head. What? Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are baselessly calling you a traitor to Father. They're making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Ushiromiya family, even though we are constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from Father. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling. And you don't even try to fight back. Why? I'm only standing up for us because you won't. But you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now. And now you tell me to go cool my head? It's always me. Even though I've always considered this family's affairs so seriously, you've... Natsuhi was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. Christ, man! Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. The girls are fucking fighting. This man knows how to write the nastiest women on planet Earth. Jesus H. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife. Jesus, man. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me. Jesus, man. If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan. Madam, it's nothing. Leave me be. Natsuhi flew into her room and threw herself onto her bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Poor Madam Natsuhi. There was a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship would be very trying for me as a woman. The Ushiro... I know that at this point the perspective has switched over to Kumasawa as like the narrator, but but that's still the Ushiromiya family holds blood in high regard, but if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Thus, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. The madam certainly bears no guilt. They're nothing to call it, and this is y'all's goat? This is your goat? There's nothing to call it other than a whim of God. Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama were not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Ushiromiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create an heir. If such a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as a human. It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madam during that time. Back then, a wedding between Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed. Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madam's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register. There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madam, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood, and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name. Furthermore, Eva-sama actually gave birth first, and to a boy. As for how much weaker Madam's position was than Eva-sama's, well, I believe you could see for yourself. Sure, Madam is tormented by the thought that if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage. And Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today. However, that was not Madam's fault. All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madam won't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. Ah, how sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows. Who broke the damn window? Holy fuck, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm streaming for 4 hours. I think that's enough talking. I think that's enough talking. Oh, how do I title back? Yes. We did it. We did it. They finally started talking about things. That was awesome. No, I mean, okay, I'm joking. I'm joking. I obviously enjoyed it last time too, um but like I'm glad that the story is finally moving in a direction. Like now that we're getting the conversation about like Kinzo's wealth and inheritance between the different members of the family, and also Beatrice is there, by like in mention, um um the intro to this game is a bit of a sludge. Listen, I'm a patience fan. I get it. I play RPGs. Like I know. I understand more than anyone. So I'm excited to read more. In the new year. So yeah, that'll do it for the stream. That'll do it for the freaking stream. Um I am going to check and see if there is any artwork or anything. I don't see anything on. Oh yes, actually, there's not art for um there's not art from tonight's stream, at least not in the Discord. Let me check. Let me check Blue Sky as well, just in case. No. My email, just in case. Okay. Correct. Nothing there. Is the part 1 VOD up? I need to run out to watch that so I can watch from the beginning. No, it is not. I should though. I should upload those. I will probably do that like tomorrow, honestly. Um Here, hang on. Let me I need to show this piece of art that I got from last stream. From last stream when I played WarioWare. This is from Ed T Dragon in the Discord. With the caption, tried to make a Mona dev within GBA size. So it's a little pixel art of myself dressed up as Mona from WarioWare, which is very cute. So thank you very much. Very well done. Very, very well done. I love the sprite work. And that's all the art for tonight. Chat room. It has been a wonderful stream. It's been a great stream. I'm glad that we were able to I'm glad that we were able to do that I streamed Umineko more than once this year. I'm glad that I streamed Umineko at least twice. I would have really felt bad if I only streamed it the one time in 2025. But we did it twice at least, so I can at least take some comfort in that. And Umineko will most certainly continue in the new year. And speaking of the new year, I just want to remind everybody that for those who are participating in the Fantasy Critic League, the Okie Dokie Den Fantasy Critic League, remember that the draft is happening on January 3rd at 9:30. That's on Saturday. So if you are playing, you please make time for that. Because everybody who's playing needs to be available to participate in the draft. I will hopefully it shouldn't take terribly long, because it's where everybody's picking 3 games and picking 1 counter pick. So it hopefully shouldn't take too long, and it's also like not like a call of people. So if you don't already, your homework for the next couple of days is write down a list. Write down a list of games that you want to bid on. And make sure you write down enough games that you can fall back on something else if someone else bids on a game that you wanted. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I have anything else to talk about. I already mentioned MagFest, so again, if you're going to MagFest, pull through. As always, it's been fun. It's been real. I've thank you for making 2025 as good as a bad year could possibly be. And I'm looking forward to next year. I think next year will be a lot better. I think next year can be a lot better. And I'm really excited to do more stuff. And so with that, I think we are going to raid one Marketoto, who is currently live reviewing desk setups. You know what? The raid phrase will simply be Happy New Year's Eve. Let's just something simple and sweet for the raid message. All right. I'm gonna toss you guys over there. Have a good rest of your night. And I mean, fuck, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I hope everybody's year goes well. Goodbye.
Let's gonna jump out the door to the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, trip, and a go!